We'll take a look at the order of business this morning, where the House will be considering a number of bills, among them the Public Service Commission Amendment Bill, the National Disaster Management Authority Bill, the Land Amendment Bill, the Crops Amendment Bill, the Alcoholic Drinks and Control Amendment Bill. The House will also be considering the Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill. This is National Assembly Bill number 19 of 2019 by Honorable Member Florence Mutua. The House will also be considering the Public Procurement and Asset Disposal Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 36 of 2019 by Honorable Rigathi Gachagua. The Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill number 2 will also be considered by this House. This is according to the order of business, which is also available on the Parliament of Kenya website. Just type parliament.go.ke. The Constitution of Kenya Amendment Bill number 3 by the Honorable Member Gladys Bos-Sholei is also in the order of business this morning, and so is the Assisted Reproductive Technology Bill, National Assembly Bill number 34 of 2019 by Honorable Millie Odhiambo Mabona. There are various members who will be asking questions, and these questions are directed to cabinet secretaries or head of departments of the national government. The member for Lamu East constituency, Honorable Sharif Athman Ali, will ask the cabinet secretary for transport, infrastructure, housing, urban development and public works to explain why there have been inordinate delays in the construction and upgrading to bitumen standards the Mtagwanda, Kizingitini, Basuba, Kiunga and Mkokoni, Kiunga roads in Lamu East constituency, and what measures have been put in place by the ministry to ensure that the said road projects are undertaken and completed without any further delays. The question by the Honourable Member for Lamu East constituency will be replied to before the Departmental Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing. The member for Mkurueni constituency, Honourable Anthony Kiai, will ask the Cabinet Secretary for Tourism and Wildlife about the steps the ministry is taking to stop any further human-wildlife conflict in Nyeri County, and in particular monkey invasion in parts of Kui area in Central Ward and Washe and Kangurwe areas in Rugi Ward, Mkurueni constituency, which have been destroying crops. And considering that the monkey's menace has negatively affected crop production, which is the main source of livelihood in the mentioned areas, could the ministry consider compensating the affected farmers? The question will be replied to before the Departmental Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. If you're just joining us, this is the live broadcast from the National Assembly, where the business of this morning of 15th October is about to begin. On your screen is the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, Honorable Moses Cheboy, who will be chairing this particular business this morning. This broadcast is brought to you by the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit in conjunction with the Kenya Broadcasting Corporation. The House is still keeping with the health protocols which were issued by the Ministry of Health. Social distancing is observed.
Honorable members, let's pray. Almighty God, who in your wisdom and goodness have appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for welfare of society and the just government of the people, we beseech you to behold with your abundant favor as your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to performance of important trust in this republic. Let your blessings descend upon us here assembled. Grant that we treat, consider all matters that shall come under deliberations in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country and of those whose interests you've committed to our charge. Amen. Morning. Very well. Order, members. We do not seem to have the required quorum, so therefore I order the bell to be rung for 10 minutes.
The Deputy Speaker has ordered the quorum bell to be rung for 10 minutes, and that means that respective leadership in the House will be required to whip their members to walk into the chambers to allow business to commence. The number required for business of the National Assembly to commence, according to the standing orders of the National Assembly, is 50, and until that number is achieved, the business of the National Assembly cannot begin. It should also be remembered that the House can only accommodate quite a number, this in keeping with the protocols which were issued by the Ministry of Health. So some seating spaces have been provided for members to use, such as the members' lounge, which has been converted into a chamber, just to ensure that no member misses business. And as we wait for quorum to be achieved, we'll take a look at other questions which will be asked by various members this morning. The member for Marakwet East, Honorable David Kangogo Bowen, will ask the Cabinet Secretary for Transport, Infrastructure, Housing, Urban Development and Public Works to explain what caused the stalling of works on the Makutano Chesoi Chugar Chosongoch Tot Road in Marakwet East constituency, which has stalled for the last 7 years. What reasons informed a change of the authority in charge of construction of the said road from the Kenya Rural Roads Authority to the Kenya National Highways Authority? And what measures has the ministry put in place to ensure that works resume on the project so as to complete the remaining 11 kilometers of the road? The question will be replied to before the Departmental Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing. The member for Laisamis constituency, Honorable Arbel Malimo, will ask the Cabinet Secretary for Energy what is the status of the electricity connectivity projects in Loyangalani Township, Gatap area of Mount Kulal and South Hor Town in Laisamis constituency that were commissioned by the President on July 19th, 2019. What caused delays in connecting the said areas with electricity, and what measures has the ministry put in place to ensure the areas get electricity connection immediately as directed by the President? Could the Cabinet Secretary explain the Marila Laisamis Loglo power transmission line in Laisamis constituency will be operationalized? The question will be replied to before the Departmental Committee on Energy.
Business will begin.
Order number 1, administration of oath. Order number 2, communication from the chair. Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
Under this particular order, I see we have a handful from the Leader of Majority. I'm only interested to know who will be tabling on his behalf, because I can't see the Leader of Majority on. Oh, it's the whip who is going to do that. Okay. I understand, of course, whip, you had 2 issues. One, you have to keep your work in here by whipping members to the chamber, but at the same time, you are supposed to table the papers. So please proceed and table now.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And thank you once more for understanding the situation. Honorable Speaker, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the House. Today, Thursday, October 15th, 2020. Legal Notice number 177 of 2020 relating to the Copyright Regulations 2020 and the explanatory memorandum from the Attorney General. 2. Legal Notice number 178 of 2020 relating to the Copyright Collective Management Regulations 2020 and the explanatory memorandum from the Attorney General. 3. Legal Notice number 189 of 2020 relating to the Value Added Tax brackets electronic invoice regulation 2020 and the explanatory memorandum from the National Treasury. 4. Legal Notice number 190 of 2020 relating to the Value Added brackets digital marketplace supply regulations 2020 and the explanatory memorandum from the National Treasury. 5. The financial year 2019-2020 Public Debt Management Report from the National Treasury and Planning. 6. Annual Report and Financial Statement for Kenya Reinsurance Corporation Limited, the year ended 31st December 2019. 7. The report of the Auditor General and the financial statements in respect of the following institutions for the year ended 30th June 2019 and the certificates therein. 1. The State Department of Agricultural Research. 2. Office of the Controller of Budget. 3. Office of the Controller of Budget Staff Retirement Benefit Scheme. And 4. Water Sector Trust Fund. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well. Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion. Order number 7, questions and statements.
Under this particular order, we seem to have only ordinary questions this morning, and to start us off is a member for Lamu East, Honorable Sharif Athman Ali. Now, it's becoming difficult for us to, especially with the reorganization of the chamber, unless you place an intervention, it becomes very easy for us to track you. I do not know whether you have your card, Honorable Athman. Obviously, you don't have your card, and that's the reason why we are not able to track you. You will have that leeway today, but it is not something that we are going to encourage.
Okay.
When you have a question, you come prepared with all your items.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I wish to ask question number 171 of 2020 to the Cabinet Secretary for Transport, Infrastructure, Housing, Urban Development and Public Works. Could the Cabinet Secretary explain why there have been inordinate delays in the construction and upgrading to bitumen standards of Mtangawanda Kizingitini, Basuba Kiunga, and Mkokoni Kiunga roads in Lamu East constituency? Number 2, what measures have been put in place by the ministry to ensure that the said road projects are undertaken and completed without any further delays, considering that my constituency has no any single kilometer tarmac road? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. That one will be replied to before the Departmental Committee on Transport, Public Works and Housing. Next is the member for Mukurweini, Honorable Kiai Anthony.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand to ask question number 271 of 2020, directed to the Cabinet Secretary for Tourism and Wildlife. What steps the ministry is taking to stop any further human-wildlife conflict in Nyeri County, and in particular, monkey invasions in parts of Kio area in Central Ward, Washe and Kangorwe areas in Ruge Ward all in Mokoroine constituency, which has been destroying crops? Question 2, considering that the monkey menace has negatively affected crop production, which is the main source of livelihood in the mentioned areas, could the ministry consider compensating the affected farmers? Thank you very much.
Very well. That one will be replied to before the Departmental Committee on Environment and Natural Resources. Next is a member for Marakwet East, Honorable Kangogo Bawen.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask a question number 287 of 2020. And my question goes to the Cabinet Secretary for Transport, Infrastructure, Housing, Urban Development, and Public Works. Mr. Speaker, could the Cabinet Secretary explain what caused the stalling of works on the Makutano, Kesoi, Chukor, Chesongo Toll Road in Marakwet East constituency, which are stalled for the last 7 years? Number 2, Mr. Speaker, what reasons informed the change of authority in charge of the construction of the said road from the Kenya Rural Roads Authority, KERA, to Kenya National Highways Authority? And actually, Mr. Speaker, this is the reason why the road stalled. Number 3, Mr. Speaker, what measures has the ministry taken in place to ensure that the works resume on the project so as to complete the remaining 11 kilometers of the road, Mr. Speaker, from Chukor to Tot? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. That one will be replied to before the Departmental Committee on Transport, Works, and Public Works and Housing. Next is the member for Laisamis, that is Honorable Arbele Malimo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to ask question number 291 of 2020, and it's directed to the Cabinet Secretary for Energy. Question number 1, Mr. Speaker, says, what is the status of the electricity connectivity projects in Langalani Township, Gatap area of Mount Kulal, and South Hor in Leisamis constituency that were directed by the President when he commissioned Lake Turkana Wind Power Project in July 2019? 2, what caused delays in connecting the said areas with electricity, and what measures has the ministry put in place to ensure the areas get electricity connection immediately as directed by the President? 3, could the Cabinet Secretary equally explain when the Merile Leisamis Logologo power transmission line in Leisamis constituency will be operationalized? Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Very well, that will be replied to before the Departmental Committee on Energy. The last question is by the member for Tigania East, Honorable Josephat Kabeabea. Well, he is not in, so we will proceed. We go to the next order.
Order number 8. Sorry, statements. We have one statement, Honorable Aramat.
Oh, yes. Sorry, honorable members. I notice that we have a statement request by the Honorable Aramat Lemaken, member for Narok East.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I request for a statement pursuant to Standing Order number 44-2C, questionable transfer of a school head teacher. Honorable Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 44-2C, I wish to request for a statement from the chairperson of Departmental Committee of Education Research regarding questionable transfer of an acting head teacher in Narok County. Honorable Speaker, Section 7(1)(b) of the Public Service Values and Principle Act 2015 requires that the public service be provided to the end user effectively, while Section 7(c)(6) requires every public institution to ensure adaptability of public service to the need of the public, which are key pillars of devolution, hence enshrined in the Constitution. Honorable Speaker, the Teacher Service Commission seeks to undertake questionable transfer of Filmi Simpiri Kudate, TSC number 52-2022-91 from Ngoriento Mixed Boarding School in Narok County, where he has been serving as an acting head teacher to a known and disclosed and specific school, despite excellent performance that he has exhibited in the school. Honorable Speaker, under Mr. Kudate leadership, the school has greatly improved from a mean score of 2030 in 2015 to 301 in 2019, and from a zonal ranking of number 50.
Let's correct that bit. 230 to 301. It's not 2030.
230.
Yes, proceed.
In 2015 to 301 in 2019, from a zonal ranking of position 50 to 2, that has led to increase in enrollment from 200 to 860 people, which is why his sudden ill-advised, questionable replacement with a non-performing teacher has led to massive demonstration by parents and the general public in Narok, who fears the transfer shall negatively affect the education standard in the area. Honorable Speaker, it is on account of this public concern that I seek a statement from the Chairperson Departmental Committee on Energy and Research on the following. What led to Teacher Service Commission to propose the replacement of Fleming Simpiri Kudate with a non-performing teacher in direct opposition to public interest? Could the TSC provide details of the performance of the said teacher with regard to the school? Three, why has Mr. Kudate been serving in acting capacity despite stellar performance that has improved the school education standard? 4, within what timeline shall TSC revoke the proposed transfer so as to safeguard the increased education standard of Ngoriento Mixed Day and Boarding School and the neighboring areas of Narok County? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I see quite a lot of interest in this particular statement request, which I do not understand, because I would have expected the members to seek clarification at the point of the presentation of that statement. But since I see too many members here, I could give them a minute each, if not a very short, straight, if there's an issue you want added to that. But to me, it looks like it's a straightforward individual question which touches on a specific person. So I do not know whether you, because if you are opening it up, then it means you need to ask for your own statement. Member for Chebalungu, what is it?
Thank you, Speaker. It's just additional on what Honorable Member has touched on. This issue about teachers being transferred is cutting across the country. All the constituencies are affected by a random transfer of teachers. When I look at it, Honorable Speaker, if a teacher or head teacher or principal has given results to a given school, what makes the TSC to transfer that given teacher?
Okay.
It's just like a doctor. If a patient has responded to a certain medication, why should you change a hospital? Should you change the doctor? It doesn't make sense.
Okay.
This thing must stop, Honorable Speaker.
Honorable Koske, you are asking a very valid, clarification, which would be very good at the point of request being given, the statement being given. Now, and you also have you can have an opportunity to ask your own specific statement or question, or even a petition. There are many, many avenues. Now, I see, and many members from, what is it, Honorable Sankok? What is out of order?
Results and there is improvement in our schools. We demand that those teachers are not transferred. Honorable Speaker, I beg to support.
That is also going to come at the other point when the statement will be answered. Honorable Kenta, What is it? Is it a county issue?
Yes, actually it's a county issue. And it's not just, no, it's important for us to say this, please. It's very important because we are a marginalized community and I think this parliament should hear us. Honorable Speaker, what my colleague has raised is actually cutting across the whole of Narok County. And we are very concerned about the way TSC is transferring teachers and bringing other people whose interests we do not know what it is all about. The other issue is actually even on the employment of new teachers. And this is a very serious issue where our people are left out throughout, year in, year out. So it is something that must be addressed adequately because our people are becoming restless. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
So that it doesn't look a county one, I could give the Honorable Ochanda.
Mr. Speaker, it's national. Let's not tie it down to Narok, but there's a big problem, Mr. Speaker. And this the problem that we have, in as much as the member raised a question that is very specific, I think the committee needs to take this time round with the TAC and of course the ministry, so that all these many things that we are talking about, issues of transfers, are handled at once, such that we also don't appear as a house harassing either CSS or ministries. Because this is happening now. Transfers have been happening from last month. And it's so grave. It's so grave, Mr. Speaker, to an extent that you get a school receiving 4, 5 different head teachers transferred to one school, and then within that 1 week, all of them are withdrawn, you don't know to where, and the school again is left with a deputy headmaster. So there's a big problem. There are those that are transferred.
Okay, that's fine. You have made your point, Honorable Chanda. I'm trying, since I'm very surprised that there is a lot of members who want to speak on this. I hope, do we have the Chair of Education in here? Because it is good you need to look at some of those things so that they can be beefed up as we get a statement. So let's hear the Honorable Murungi.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. And now that the chair is in the House, Mr. Speaker, Chair Education, I think she should engage TSC on this matter at a national level. There are many principals who are transferred, Mr. Speaker, and the deputy principals are left to act on behalf of the end teachers or the principals. And when they are left, even for a year or two, they are not remunerated, either to be promoted to become principals or to get remunerations because they are given extra work. So, Mr. Speaker, I think it's an opportunity that we have and shouldn't be addressed as a national matter. And I think that report should be brought to this House for further discussion, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Let's have from the member for Turkana.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. While I support my colleagues on the sentiments of unnecessary transfers of performing teachers, I rise on a slightly different but related matter. A few months ago, we actually tabled a petition from Turkana on the TSC policy requiring that during recruitment, you only pick graduates of some years back, while in some counties like Turkana and I'm sure other northern counties where we have new graduates, and this has really disadvantaged our young graduates who aspire to be teachers but are unable. So we were not able to get support from the committee at that time. Thank you.
Well, honorable members, I think we can leave it at that. I can see because what would happen is that we will have a sufficient opportunity when this statement is responded to. And I believe this statement can be responded to very quickly because it's a matter which is really live. You know, because I'm trying to, let me give two, even if I gave two, I still see there are about another 15. So let me try and see very quick ones by every member. Not that it is procedural, because you see, at this point, it is not supposed to be open. But since it's a very live thing, let's hear Honorable Ntoimaga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I concur with my colleague from Narok. And I want, first of all, to, apart from concurring with him, I also want to congratulate the director for TSC County Director for Samburu, because this time they did very well. But the issue here is about accessibility of TSC by members. I think there is a problem between us and that office in Nairobi. If you go there, because these issues could have been ironed out very quickly. But when you go to the TSC, you can never see the CEO, even if you sit there for the whole day. You're always told, no, she's in a meeting. And these issues could have been sorted out if there was accessibility and dialogue between the members and the headquarters here in Nairobi.
Okay, Honorable Chesire, Cheruyot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. People are wondering who that is, but that's my name. I sincerely want to also appreciate and support that statement, Speaker, because even in Baringo and the deeper areas of Baringo and the lowlands, we face the same problems, Mr. Speaker. And I was thinking, because the chair is here, could it be done enough formally so that we as Kenyans we are aware and we should be knowing that after such a period of time, a principal or a headmaster is now valid to be transferred, so that we, at least we get prepared in mind that transfers will be done after every 5 years or something of the sort. Okay. Because this strikes of every time people complaining, it's not worth, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, Honorable Pukose.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this issue that has been raised by our colleague is a very serious issue, Honorable Speaker. But we should also not encourage lynching of principals on performance, because issues where you are saying that a principal should be transferred because the performance have gone down means that principal is being transferred to a school where he will be able to also take the standards down. So who would want standards to go down in their place? So the best thing is that principal whose performance is going down should be demoted, and somebody else whose performance is better can now take that position.
Okay, Honorable Wino.
Thank you, Speaker. It's not only transfer out, but sometimes when the one who is being removed is a good performer replaced by a bad one. Secondly, Speaker, we should also look into those who the community are complaining to be taken out. They are never taken, they are left there. So the whole thing is, what is the rationale of transfer and what is it based on? I think that's very important.
Honorable Wangwe, and probably that would be the last one.
Thank you,
members,
Honorable
I can
Speaker.
see there is a lot of interest. Let's save it for the next.
Honorable Speaker, when you talk of a principle, you talk of the creation of that principle, Honorable Speaker. My problem is, while the chair will be addressing the TSC, let her also take cognizance that there are parities in terms of promotion of deputies to principals. Honorable Speaker, you find some areas, instead of creating universality in terms of creation of the principal, some areas where you have job group N can be promoted to head the school, and job group N cannot head the school. Therefore, Honorable Speaker, let the Chair of Education address the issue of creation of those principals, because that is now the genesis of the whole problem. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
I see there are quite a number of members who did not speak. They will speak during the time when we are responding to the statement. Let me ask the Chair, Education.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
When are you going to be prepared? Because you can see the kind of interest it has created and generated.
Mr. Speaker, the statement is very well noted, and it will be answered in the shortest time possible. That said, Mr. Speaker, the important issue that has been picked is the issue of the rationale of how these transfers are being done. TSC, of course, has got its rules and regulations of placement, transfers, and promotions. But of course, if it's not working, we need to relook at it as a committee and have the right answers tabled, Mr. Speaker. We are also having a retreat with very many stakeholders because the ministry has been very busy because of school reopening. We have been having a lot of meetings. So, Mr. Speaker, we are going to have a retreat where we will put TSC a task to answer these questions. because it's not just happening in Kajiado, it is also happening in my county. So we will have the right answer tabled in the shortest time possible, Mr. Speaker, when we resume.
Wouldn't you be able to specifically tell us, like, you know, we are resuming sometimes early, 2 weeks from now?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Now, wouldn't you be able to specifically, let's say, when we resume the first Tuesday or Thursday, whichever?
The first Tuesday is fine, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
Thank you.
What is your point of order again, Honorable Ashali?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I wanted to, is the chair in order? I wanted to find out from her whether she's aware that transfers that used to take place at the end of the year so that it does not disrupt the learning of schools is now happening in between the year, meaning that there's a lot of disruption that is leading to whatever that is happening now. Is she aware? Am I in order to ask that question, Honorable Speaker?
That is obviously not a point of order. It is a, you know, you sneaked through the back door to have your point. I hope this one by Honorable Dr. Wamalwa is a real point of order.
My point of order is to the chair, whether she's also aware, Mr. Speaker, that when TSC is doing recruitment, you have people who are 50 years old. It should be first in, first out. Because somebody is 50 years old and has not been given the job, and within 5 years will be retiring. Can TSC prioritize
but that
those
is,
people first in, first out?
That's a completely different issue.
And this has taken note of that.
That's a completely different issue.
Yeah,
Dr. Wamalwa, you know, you can ask for a statement on that specific one or even ask a question. So that is completely different because what the member brought in his statement is actually a transfer of a specific teacher. Now, I would entertain other interest in terms of transfers, but in terms of recruitment, I think that one is something that can be canvassed differently.
I appreciate, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you.
But you've placed your point anyway. So we go to the next order.
Order number 8, the Public Service Commission Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 27 of 2019, second reading. Question to be put.
Honorable members, I can confirm that we have the required quorum. And what remained on this was the question to be put, and I proceed to put the question, which is that the Public Service Commission Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 27 of 2019, be now read a second time. Will as many as of that opinion say aye? Aye. Many as of a contrary opinion say nay. The ayes have it.
A bill for an act of parliament to amend the Public Service Commission Act. Order number 9, the National Disaster Management Authority Bill, National Assembly Bill number 10 of 2019, second reading, resumption of debate.
Well, this particular one, we have a balance of 1 hour and 38 minutes. We can finish it earlier, the better. So I do not know who was on the floor. I can confirm that quickly, but it doesn't seem that we have somebody who was on the floor. So we will simply go by the order here, and I see Honorable Manzo, you want to speak to this?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to contribute on this very important bill on disaster management. The last time, Mr. Speaker, we had heavy rains in the country. Efforts, you know, to coordinate rescues and the food supplies were really disastrous, Mr. Speaker. There is a department somewhere in Nyaya House which allegedly is supposed to deal with the disaster. And when I had issues in Makueni constituency in Bitine ward where waters, you know, a lot of water washed away homes and many other parts of Makueni where the rivers overflowed, it was very difficult to be assisted at all by the government. And the government also, the few officers who were in that office in Nyaya, Mr. Speaker, were overwhelmed. Hence, this law is very important so that we have a way and we have somebody we can definitely hold responsible in disaster management. We have a lot of organizations in the country, Mr. Speaker, which deal with disaster management by their own merit, like the Red Cross, which has done a very good job, among others. And you find during a time of disaster, Even Red Cross is overloaded, and mainly is done by volunteers. And there are quite a number of branches in different constituencies in Kenya where people volunteer to go and work for Red Cross. When you look at the responsibility of the county governments, because this bill touches county governments, when you look at the responsibility of the national government, we have actually an emergency fund. And also, I believe, even under CDF, we've got a small emergency fund, and also the county governments have an emergency fund. And all these funds, the CDF one is not really sufficient to do much. It can maybe handle 1 or 2 roofs of a school which have been swept away. But when it comes to the total management of a disaster in the country, for example, floods or heavy rains and flooding all over the country, then even getting the money set aside and budgeted for emergency in the country, by the time there is a decision made, the disaster has already been managed otherwise, and the damage is left there, Mr. Speaker. And at times, you saw bridges go, different departments deal with it. So if we have a system of dealing with disaster management in the country, Mr. Speaker, I believe we'll do much better than we have done in the past, and we'll save lives. You noticed recently when COVID was at its highest point, and now it is rising again, floods killed more people than COVID has done, or any other cause. And a lot of times people will be found unawares, rains at night, dams breaking, deaths occurring, and you really have to hold somebody responsible. We, as elected representatives of the people, are very concerned that something have to be done at the right time. I have seen one of the issues here is the cabinet secretary to make regulations under this law if it becomes law, and I believe it will. It's not specific which cabinet secretary. This matter has been lying on interior, and I believe it should be specific on interior. Again, we've got a lot of improvements to do when it comes to third reading, so that the bill is much better, and when it gets to the president, it doesn't have to come back with a few reservations here and there, or as a rejection, because we have to frame it in a way that at third reading, that it serves its purpose, it is able to deal without conflicting other laws or other organizations, but bringing together the system and making a particular person liable and responsible the moment there is an emergency, and that particular person, when is contacted about an emergency, takes quick action and is able to file the funds quickly, because what is needed during an emergency mostly is really funding, Mr. Speaker. And we have to come out clear and even be specific under this law, which will definitely go to Senate. What is the role of the county government and its emergency funds? That has to come out clear. And then what is the role of national government when there is an emergency in a certain county or in a certain area or in the whole country? And again, emergencies have different natures. There are emergencies which are handled if there is an external aggression, Mr. Speaker, for example. That is handled by a different department. But that department can also help us if it is the Department of Defense with an internal issue, and the system has to be clear, Mr. Speaker. I beg to support, and I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Kabinga, is it this one that you want to speak to? Okay, proceed. Again, you have removed your card. Press the intervention for me to see you again.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I want to support this particular bill for the establishment of a National Disaster Management Authority, Honorable Speaker. In this country, whenever we have disasters, Honorable Speaker, it's always a haphazard approach to resolving issues, Mr. Speaker, because there is no authority that would coordinate such disasters, Mr. Speaker, and especially when we have resources distributed between the national government and the county governments, Mr. Speaker, and when we have these disasters, the coordination part of it is never there. Yet, we know that there are some natural disasters that we do experience year by year, and especially like now we are heading to rains, Mr. Speaker. I know we shall be having disasters in my prison where we have rivers that overflow. But whenever we have these disasters, Mr. Speaker, we find that coordination between the county and the national government is never there. By establishment of a national authority, Mr. Speaker, we will now have resources specific to these tasks of disaster management, and the authority will be able to manage the resources and focus without having to wait for the different sources of disaster management, Mr. Speaker. We have currently Nyayo House having a disaster management unit, which is usually never felt in the counties. And the counties have resources that sometimes they don't know how to utilize, or they have not utilized them properly, thereby leaving Red Cross to carry the cross around, Mr. Speaker. It's only Red Cross that has been out there. And therefore, by having this bill passed, and I believe it will be passed, we will have an authority that will be able now to coordinate countrywide and work with bodies like Red Cross in a more coordinated manner than we have now, Mr. Speaker. And so I support, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable Dr. Tegla Tum.
Honorable Speaker, I stand to support this motion on establishment of disaster management authority bill on disaster management authority. Honorable Speaker, we have seen a lot of infighting between different institutions because there is no coordinated authority in charge of disasters in our country. Honorable Speaker, when this authority is established, there will be control, management, and coordination of disasters in our country. Honorable Speaker, we have seen quite a number of people have lost their lives. We have seen livelihoods being lost. We have seen, Honorable Speaker, floods wiping people, like in Elgeyo Marakwet. Even in Nandi County, Honorable Speaker, there are quite a number of people who were affected, and there was no one to assist them because of the infighting between different authorities. Honorable Speaker, there will be a monitoring system which will monitor the weather in this country. We know climate change is with us, Honorable Speaker. There will be a lot of floods in dry areas. There will be a lot of rainfall in dry areas, and we need to have a system in place which will monitor the natural disasters in our country. There is the issue of terrorism, Honorable Speaker. People can lose their lives, and there is no one who is in charge. Honorable Speaker, we have seen unfair distribution of resources when there are disasters in this country. So we need an organ which will be in charge. Honorable Speaker, we need accountability on use of resources in this nation. We can see other areas are rich, other areas are given food, they are given other resources during disasters, and other places are left behind. So there is need for the authority to be in charge, because policy will be in place, Honorable Speaker, where the county government will do their role and the national government will do their role. And somebody somewhere will be held accountable, Honorable Speaker, when our people cannot be reached, when there are disasters in the country. So, Honorable Speaker, I support this bill because, Honorable Speaker, we cannot be left behind. We know when there is climate change, there are quite a number of diseases which will come, and we need somebody who will be in charge to reach our people, Honorable Speaker, in the country. The county government should know their role. The national government should know its role in management of disasters, so that there will be no duplication of activities and duplication of roles, so that each institution will be held responsible in case they don't perform their role. So I support this bill, Honorable Speaker. Thank you.
Honorable Mbui.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I also rise to support and wish to state that Kenya has had its fair share of disasters, starting from, of course, the fires that we constantly have in our schools, in our informal settlements. And Mr. Speaker, that is one area where we constantly have a lot of property lost, and even sometimes we lose lives. Mr. Speaker, we have these floods issues. We have also unique problems to this country, like the collapsing of buildings. Every other time you hear buildings that have collapsed and the rubble has buried families alive. And this is sometimes maybe caused by the fact that the either poor standards of workmanship and materials, not even earthquakes. So, Mr. Speaker, we really have issues as a nation. Many times we've heard of the ferry also capsizing and sinking to the bottom of the ocean, carrying so many people. So, Mr. Speaker, I think this bill is really, really timely because, Mr. Speaker, this bill seeks to answer the questions of who do we call when we have disaster, or responses. In fact, it is supposed to be the command center. Mr. Speaker, if you remember when we had a terrorist attack in Westgate, and Mr. Speaker, a lot of Kenyans lost their lives there. Some of the people who died were actually the people in our forces. And Mr. Speaker, the reason this happened is because we had our military, our army, and we also had our police, both on the same side, but not coordinated. And in the exchange of fire, which was friendly, I do believe there are people that lost their lives there. So it's important to have a coordinated effort whenever we are doing any rescue operations. Mr. Speaker, Kenyans also, this bill proposes that Kenyans should also be given what we call public awareness, public disaster preparedness. Mr. Speaker, it is shocking. In this country, when you hear gunshots, instead of people running and taking cover, they run towards the sound of the gunshots. And in fact, a lot of times people get injured or maimed because of going in the wrong direction. So I think it's also important that this bill is used to train people to understand what exactly is expected of them whenever there is a disaster, so that we can ensure that we save lives. Because at the end of the day, the biggest problem is when disasters occur and a lot of people get involved, then people lose lives. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, I wish to support and want to congratulate my colleague, the Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah, for this very excellent bill. The only issue is that I have noticed that his choice of leaders is also a disaster. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hello. Let's have Honorable Iringo. Honorable Iringo. Honorable Iringo.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute to this bill. And Mr. Speaker, from the onset, let me thank Honorable Ichung'wah for having brought this amendment, this bill on disaster management. It was a well-thought bill, Mr. Speaker, and I support it because it will at least give a foundation to how we handle disasters in this country, Mr. Speaker. I hope the authority will live to the wish and the mandate of the bill, so that at least we can change this country from being a reactive country of disasters and not proactive, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is well known in this country that we experience droughts, we experience heavy rains, and other forms of disasters, but we as a country react only when, and as when we have the calamities having befallen us, but we don't prepare for the same. We have got equipment, we have got people who have already qualified so that they can focus properly, but even when these focuses are done, nobody takes these things seriously until a calamity occurs. Mr. Speaker, remember the dam which collapsed in the Rift Valley and so many people died. There were warnings. Experts were saying that the dam will break out, but until it broke and we lost so many lives, that is when people started reacting. We have got floods, Mr. Speaker, every year in and out. We have got floods in Mdalangi, floods in Nyanza, floods in the Lower Tana, and this is a common phenomenon. But nobody bothers to at least make
some prayer arrangements so that people can be evacuated, people can be assisted, and we leave this one to NGOs, especially the Red Cross. Now they are the horses which do the carrying of the cart of this disaster management, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Mother Nature is always going to be harsh, positively or negatively, and we should be ready for that. I hope the authority which will be established, the management authority, will have people who will be prudent enough, with enough expertise to focus enough, to do proper forecasts, to do proper management, and also there should be a kitty in the ministry, through the treasury, with the ministry concerned, so that if there's a disaster, a road has been washed away, a bridge has gone with the water, it is done immediately. Because sometimes when disasters happen, you find, Mr. Speaker, people are marooned. They are cut off from their villages, from their areas of work, and even from their relatives. And it takes ages because there was nobody who was prepared to do that prayer arrangement, to have that branch repaired, or to have that even a log or a tree removed from a tree, because you don't have just an authority. And I pray this authority should cut across from the national government here, from the ministry, down to the county governments, because there are some other smaller disasters which need also to be handled at the county level, sub-county level, or even in the village level, but all the same, under the same umbrella, so that we see that this issue of having disasters which are unmanageable, they are manageable in one way or the other. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Honorable Professor Oduol.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, on the onset, I'd like to support this bill because, Honorable Speaker, as is clearly reflected in the object of this bill, we have in the country experienced disasters time and time again, Honorable Speaker. We have experienced terror attacks. Honorable Speaker, floods has become sort of synonymous in a Lego Usonga constituency in Siaya County, where I come from, Honorable Speaker. Even as I talk, we still have in specifically Usonga region, people whose lives have been completely disrupted and who have largely, Honorable Speaker, only relied on charitable and very uncoordinated assistance from faith groups, individuals, and of course, in cases also the county government. And so, Honorable Speaker, as I support this bill, I do it in recognition that we do indeed have a disaster management unit. We do, of course, have a policy that is very clear in terms of trying to look at the national policy for disaster management. But, Honorable Speaker, as we know, a policy and a document, even if it is very well thought out, is not a law and will really need legislation to set out standards, to spell out procedures and principles, and indeed, Honorable Speaker, to enable the government to put in place the necessary institutional and legal frameworks. Honorable Speaker, as we look at this bill, we can see that it is in this connection that the bill sets out to, in particular, seek to provide the necessary infrastructure by establishing the national body that we are going to now, as we look at this, Speaker, see that we shall have the establishment of the National Disaster Management Authority as the main body. And Honorable Speaker, as we look at the bill, it is indeed clear that this is in response to the kind of lack of coordination and absence of functional placement of how it is that the different agencies at the county, at the national level, government and non-governmental bodies will interact. I therefore, Honorable Speaker, in looking at this particular bill, indeed would like to commend Honorable Ichunga, because we have had over a long period of time disaster management almost being normalized as something that we would be responding to by way of surprise, and also only not looking in terms of having proper infrastructure and visionary management that is befitting of something as serious as this. It is for this reason, Honorable Speaker, that I support the bill. I just would like, Honorable Speaker, that as we seek to look particularly at the third reading, take into account that when you have different players and you have those who you would want to work in a coordinated mechanism, legislation alone is not enough. We might want to be very clear in terms of the way that we put this bill to see how it is that the good intention, the good law will be translated into action. I thank you, Honorable Speaker, and I support.
Well, let's have the Honorable Member for Jororok.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to support this important bill, National Disaster Management Authority Bill of 2019, sponsored by Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that Kenya, as a country, is prone to natural disasters, be it floods, fire, drought, corruption of buildings, and this, etc. And this, Mr. Speaker, have happened in this country, and we've observed the way the response to the disaster management, it has been wanting primarily because of lack of coordination. At the moment, we have a National Disaster Management Unit based at the Ministry of Interior. It lacks the legal framework since it was formed through a presidential directive and not through a statute. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, it is important to have this bill to form an authority which has a legal backing and to ensure that, Mr. Speaker, we have a coordinated approach to disaster management and response. Many are times, Mr. Speaker, that when a disaster happens, we see a lot of laxity, lack of preparedness, and backpassing, where one unit blames the other or waits for the other unit to respond to the disaster. And, Mr. Speaker, it's my hope that once this bill becomes to a law, we will have one unit that is charged to addressing and coordinating the response to disasters. And it is also important to ensure that these units coordinates both the two levels of government, the national and the county levels of government, so that we ensure that there is no confusion and there is seamless approach to disaster response and management. Mr. Speaker, it's also important to note that we need to incorporate the community management risk reduction by incorporating and training and empowering the communities to be part of disaster response. Mr. Speaker, we've seen in some instances where we have to use the local divers and to save maybe the people who have drowned. But unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, these local divers are not facilitated. They are not empowered. So we need to look for ways in the bill where we'll have to incorporate the local community and empower them and train them to ensure that they are part and parcel of disaster response and management. Because most of the times, these local community are the ones who are aware of the terrain. They are the ones who are ready and easily available before we mobilize resources and staff from the national government. And with those few remarks, Mr. Speaker, I support and of course we're going to bring several amendments during the third reading in terms of composition of the board and the issue of involvement of the community in disaster management and response. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, Honorable Makali Mulu.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity. Honorable Speaker, I want to join my colleagues in supporting this important bill, the National Disaster Management Bill. And Honorable Speaker, I must thank my colleague and friend, Honorable Ichung'wah, for this bill. Honorable Speaker, if you walk the history lane, you realize that during the 11th Parliament, this bill was also part of that, but it was not able to see
the end of the day because the term expired before we could pass it, Honorable Speaker. So, Honorable Speaker, when you look at the object of this bill, it is to ensure that there is a centralized kind of coordination of disasters in this country. And my colleagues have mentioned quite a number of disasters which have happened in this country. And the fact that now we are talking about an authority which will coordinate in a centralized way all disasters in this country is an advantage. And, Honorable Speaker, there are quite a number of benefits which come with this kind of authority. The first one, Honorable Speaker, is that there will be quick response to disaster when it happens in this country. Honorable Speaker, we have experiences and examples in this country where the whole issue of response to disaster has taken so long that at the end of the day, you end up losing lives, Honorable Speaker. And I think now with this authority, it will be like a one-stop center whereby you just reporting or getting there, then action will be taken without wasting a lot of time. And this is good for the country. The second benefit, which will come with this authority, Honorable Speaker, is the issue of management of resources. Honorable Speaker, this country has so much in terms of resources, public resources, which are scattered all over different institutions. And in that case, it becomes very difficult to know how much is available and how it can be applied. And with this authority, Honorable Speaker, what will happen now, we'll be able to know how much is available at any point, so that even when it comes to application of those resources, there's fairness. We have seen situations, Honorable Speaker, where I remember during about 2 years ago, the heavy rains caused some people to lose their houses either through demolition or others through earthquakes and all that. And some people were able to get new houses constructed for them, while others got nothing. And you know, when this happens in this country, Honorable Speaker, then some people start feeling they are less of a Kenyan than others. With this authority now, it will be possible to ensure that there is fairness when it comes to issues of disaster. And every Kenyan will have a sense of belonging in terms of, Honorable Speaker, benefiting from these funds, which are for disaster. And at the same time, Honorable Speaker, there are also a lot of resources in other organizations like the NGOs, the Red Cross. There are also resources under KDF, Honorable Speaker. And to me, I think so long as these resources are coordinated in a centralized way, then it's a good benefit. The third important matter, Honorable Speaker, is the issue of what we call disaster early warning monitoring system. You know, Honorable Speaker, if we are able to monitor and get these early warnings, then we can reduce the issues of disaster. And in that case, then Kenyans will benefit because by the time the disaster strike, we'll be prepared to an extent that then within a very short time, people are out of that disaster in terms of being assisted by the government or being assisted by the NGOs. So even as we look at this bill, Honorable Speaker, I want really to urge my colleagues that we really fast track this bill so that before the end of this term of this Parliament again, Honorable Speaker, that we don't get this bill then also disappearing again and restarting in the 13th Parliament. If we do that, we'll have done a good thing for Kenyans and we'll be assisting this country. As I conclude, Honorable Speaker, then generally, the issue of disaster in this country. You know, Honorable Speaker, it's like every year we have a disaster in this country. And some are so predictable. For example, we know when the rains are not there, some areas will not get food. So we have to prepare for food relief. In some areas, we know when the rains are heavy, there will be landslides and all that. So we have to prepare for that. And that's why I'm saying the component of early warning, Honorable Speaker, is very important. And I really want to re-emphasize that part, that when this authority is in place, is established, one of the things they must do, and do seriously, is early warning preparedness, so that at the end of the day, Kenyans can know next year we are likely to have this, the other year we are likely to have this, next month we are likely to have this, and then prepare ourselves. With those remarks, Honorable Speaker, I support. Thank you.
Honorable Sankok, you seem not to be ready.
Honorable Speaker, no, not that I'm not ready. I had already contributed in this particular motion.
Then why is your card on top? Okay, Honorable Martin Owino. But that is very good of you, Honorable Sankok, because it would have been grossly, it could have been real misconduct if you contributed twice to it. So it's good that you are that keen.
I'm well behaved, Honorable Speaker. It is well known.
Thank you, Speaker. I thank him too for doing that. But,
Thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker. When disaster strikes on any community or individual, they would like to see their government in action. That is not happening now because there is no coordination and there is no resources enough for it. That's why I'm supporting this bill, Mr. Speaker, National Disaster Management Amendment Authority Bill. Mr. Speaker, disaster is a cycle and it has phases. Phase one is response, which other colleagues have talked about. It's very key when you appear as a government to any area troubled by disaster. The second phase is the management itself of that disaster. But it's also important, Mr. Speaker, to consider the elements of a disaster. And I think that is one of the previous speakers talked about it. One of them is the warnings, evacuation, search and rescue, assistance, assessment of damages, compensations, and support. And lastly, which is very important in that element line, Mr. Speaker, is the prevention part of it, which is usually referred to as disaster preparedness. Mr. Speaker, when we are establishing this authority, I think one of the elements which is important to be established with it is the research division, so that we know how disasters evolve here and how they can be prevented. The object of this bill speaks it all, to establish centralized system and also the control and coordination. Mr. Speaker, as we speak here, I'm from the Lake region, and we are losing a lot of people from capsized boats because there's no one to respond, no speedboat which is coordinated to respond. In my constituency, there is a river which is notoriously hosting alligators and crocodiles. And Mr. Speaker, you can find that when there is strike and a person is taken out of us, we only have local divers with no equipment at all. And Mr. Speaker, people can camp there for 2 weeks or more looking for their loved one. And no government face at all. At least you can get Red Cross coming. But all these are happening because we are not coordinated. We have not put resources to this. The other element which I think we should look into when this bill comes to operation is the element of funding. So, Speaker, we are in the era of program-based and itemized budget. All those elements are talked about, if not funded, will remain in the bookshelf as literature, and nothing will be happening. The Speaker, I want to urge our colleagues, this bill ought to have been passed yesterday because Kenyans are suffering. From one disaster to the other, some are repetitions because we are not prepared. I therefore urge that we pass this bill as quick as possible, and when we come to the budget time, let's put more resources that Kenyans can feel that they have a government that is responsive and care for them. I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I support.
Okay, Honorable Kingara Nganga.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I stand to support this bill because it is important to save our public and as well our community. Honorable Speaker, as it was said by previous honorable members, disasters happen at village level, at centers, city centers, but Honorable Speaker, the department which take care of disaster management is not evenly distributed to serve where the disasters are prone. And I want to give a case scenario. Last year, 2019, we had some flood in Roiro, a place called Facet File, where a dam broke and over 200 residents were locked inside there, and we lacked all the facilities to evacuate them. And that time, Mr. Speaker, I wished that if CDF had a kitty which could support the evacuation, we would have rushed to it. So, Mr. Speaker, it's one of my proposals that maybe within the CDF kitty, let's have a small budget for disaster management, because disaster happens at our ground level where we represent. Honorable Speaker, it was also said that when disaster happens, there is no coordination. I think it should be well stipulated how disaster can be managed, what kind of a disaster should be, what kind of a disaster should be managed by who, because you can recall even people killed amongst themselves as they tried to save others. Mr. Speaker, I think we need a good order so that we can save life rather than lose life as we try to save life. I stand to support. Thank you.
Honorable Gladwell Cheruiyot.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think this bill is very timely, and considering what is happening in Baringo, that is in the knowledge of everyone in this country, we have lost a lot of property in terms of crops, schools, homes, hospitals, to the expanding Lake Baringo. And as we are speaking, Madam Speaker, the challenges that the people are undergoing right now, it has taken forever to really get the necessary assistance because we haven't been having this authority. We know very well we've had a disaster management department, which has not been very responsive to these disasters that are happening. And not looking at Baringo alone, countrywide we have so many things that happen without people's plans. We have landslides, we have accidents, we have so many other natural things that happen. Mr. Speaker, as we are speaking, Baringo County, the lower part, that is Baringo South, where we have 15 schools submerged in the water. It is a real-time disaster because even as schools open, we don't know where those children are going. As much as we are seeing the ministers traveled down there, and even today the devolution minister is there, but this is something which has happened some months ago that ought to have been really looked at and handled so that by now we should be knowing where our children are going. So, Madam Speaker, the truth of the matter is we want this authority to come and sort these issues that really affect our people on day-to-day lives. We also have animals, wildlife, destroying crops, killing people, and channel to report those things becoming a hassle. And many other people in this country have never gotten the right compensation or the right attention to these disasters that happen to them. So, Madam Speaker, to me, I look at this bill that is even it is overdue. It ought to have come sometimes earlier. But now that it has come now, it is only prudent for this House to really do what is necessary for this bill to come and serve the nation so that these disasters or Kenyans feel like they are in a country where where leaders are really concerned about what happened with them day in, day out. So, Madam Speaker, I'm in real support of this bill, and we wish that it passes as fast as possible so that even before we go for the next term of this parliament, we have this bill functioning so that we'll be able to serve our people as they may require, being the taxpayers in this country. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I truly support.
Very well. All the members who are coming into the chamber, and those who are also leaving, please let us do it in a more civilized way, as we call it, the decorum part of it of the parliament. Let me have the member for Marakwet East, the Honorable Bowen Gongo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to support this bill. And Mr. Speaker, I want to thank the Honorable Ichung'wah for proposing this bill. Madam Speaker, the colleagues who have spoken before me have talked a lot about the disaster management in the country. And these disasters, Madam Speaker, has been happening a long time immemorial, and it's still happening today in some parts of the country. And we know, Madam Speaker, that in the near future we will have many of them. Madam Speaker, some say almost 2-3 months ago, to 6 months ago, we had a serious disaster at West Pokot, which affected across to Marakwet. You can imagine, Madam Speaker, we have a disaster management unit in the office of the President. The Cabinet Secretary then flew up to Kitale and decided to come back to say the place is inaccessible, and he came back. Madam Speaker, myself, together with members of Parliament from West Pokot and LK Marakwet, we were able to access the site, and it was terrible. In my constituency up to today, Madam Speaker, we lost 26 people. Up to today, we have not traced. The government came for 2 days, and then they called off the operations. So with the enactment of this bill, Madam Speaker, is going to be a very important authority, Madam Speaker, which is able to coordinate the disaster management across the country.
Honorable Member for Marakwet East, we really appreciate your very good contribution. But from where we are and where you are sat, please, can you put on your mask? I know you're looking very handsome without. Very handsome without it. But for the purpose of the COVID, members.
Madam Speaker, now my handsomeness will be overtaken by this mask. Now,
yes, but we must protect the other members.
Madam Speaker, I was saying that with the enactment of this authority, Madam Speaker, and well funded, they will be able to coordinate the disasters across the country and be able also to lay down policies on disaster management, on disaster preparedness, and also, if possible, Madam Speaker, to be devolved. They can devolve this, they can be devolved so that every county, at least they will have a unit or a department or a county offices, so that whenever there is an issue of disaster across the country, and there are people who are immediate to be deployed. Currently, Madam Speaker, we can say the only disaster management unit in the country is Red Cross. It's the only Red Cross where when there is a disaster in Makueni, when there is a disaster in Turkana, they are everywhere. Yet we have a functioning government, and we appropriate money in this House, Madam Speaker, every year for disaster management. With this authority, Madam Speaker, I'm very sure that they are also going to work together with those NGOs like the Red Cross so that they are able to handle these management issues very effectively. Madam Speaker, I don't want to belabor on this because we are at the second reading and there is quite a number of amendments we're going to bring in the third reading, Madam Speaker. I want to support this bill, Madam Speaker. Thank you.
Very well. And the member for Emuhaya, next on my request list, the Honorable Member Omboko.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I join the rest of the members in supporting this bill, the National Disaster Management Authority Bill, a bill that wants to consolidate the issues of disaster into one unit that is being referred to as here as an authority, and which will then coordinate all the other agencies that do deal with disaster in the country, so that we have a centralized point, command center where issues of disaster can be managed from, both in the levels of research, predictability of disaster, and even handling of the same disaster. Madam Speaker, I want to say that this bill is quite good and it's quite comprehensive because it touches on several items that, among others, includes the establishment of the authority itself, then the functions of the authority, and even the powers of the authority that will be managing disaster. And that one is handled very well in clauses 3 to 21. Honorable Speaker, the bill also handles what is very important to me and what should be important to all Kenyans, and this is the financing of this particular authority, so that we know where the money and how to finance the authority that's dealing with disaster in the country, and always regulate whether it is underfinanced or overfinanced. And furthermore, it even talks about how this authority will also be audited so that we can know how the monies that are always passed by this parliament, appropriated by this parliament to disaster management are actually used. The bill further talks about the roles of the authority at the county level and the role of this authority at the national level. And this should also go a long way to remove any sort of confusion or competition during disaster. I also hope, Honorable Speaker, that as we enhance this bill, we shall be able to enhance the authority so that we widen and see all sorts of disasters that we do have. Currently, we have all sorts of disasters, though very few are mentioned here, but even school stampedes, like what we had in Kakamega, dam collapse, like what we saw in the Rift Valley, fires. Yesterday, Musingu High School was on fire, and nobody knew what to go to do, and nobody really who to go there. In many situations, Honorable Speaker, we do send, or people just go there to witness and see. So like what I saw in Musingu High School yesterday, everybody was watching and taking photographs on a selfie or using the phone and posting them. Disasters are broad. They go to drought, they go to diseases in some parts of this country. They are not limited to diseases, but also go to terrorism. They further go to floods, which are regular, and somebody said are predictable. But further, we have the landslides, collapse of buildings, and disasters do evolve. They evolve with time, because in 1979, nobody would have talked about terrorism as a disaster. They were not as common as they are today. So as they evolve, this authority, I believe, will be able to also do research, and I want to love the contribution that came from the research point of view, so that they are able to see what are the other new dangers and spheres that disaster may be heading to. And this does not mean that the authority should only be limited to that, but again, the bill has given authority and a window to cabinet to also regulate this, and we hope by allowing that space to the cabinet, it should come up as a stronger unit to manage disaster in our country. A caution would go to the universities and other colleges that pick up on every other thing that is now coming up contemporarily and start training learners without regulation. Sometimes back, Honorable Speaker, when disaster became a real issue, especially because of the terrorism, the universities rushed and started training people in disaster management. And they overtrained these people. And we also saw the same thing with actual science. And we have to tell our universities not sometimes to exploit opportunities like these ones to their own benefit. So you'll find that we have too many learners out in the field.
You want to say you? You've already finished. Yeah, let's hear what he has to say. You want to say your name?
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to contribute, and I support.
Very well. Yeah, very important for him to say he supports, because it's a house of debate. Members, let me have the member for Navaholo, also a leader in the House, the Honorable Wangwe Emmanuel.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Madam Speaker, allow me to also add my voice on this very, very good bill by the Honorable Ichungwa. Honorable Speaker, the name Ichungwa sometimes is difficult to pronounce. We call it Ichungwa or Ichungwa, but he has done a very wonderful bill. Honorable Speaker, the bill proposes that a National Disaster Management Authority be established, and Honorable Speaker, this authority will coordinate and control response to disasters. Honorable Speaker, I rise to support because Navaholo constituency in this year during the floods, Honorable Speaker, for the first time, we encountered the flooding of River Nzoia, whereby so many houses, Honorable Speaker, were swept away, people were rendered homeless, and Honorable Speaker, they could not run anywhere else other than the office of the Member of Parliament.
The Honorable Wankwe.
Yes.
Yeah, I think I'll take care of you. Members, I have 7 members who on intervention. I don't know what is the issue on your intervention, you know. But you know where to request. We don't contribute on interventions. Interventions is for point of orders. Please, can you remove your cards from intervention? If you're on intervention, please just be on intervention. Otherwise, you may not be able to. And be careful, you may remove your card and you get deleted from the request. Carry on, Honorable Member for Norfolk Clock.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I hope you'll compensate me for that 1 minute lost. Madam Speaker, I was on the point that there was no one to turn to because all my people did was to call me as their Member of Parliament, call the Governor, call the MCA, and yet, Honorable Speaker, the 3 offices do not have a fund specifically set aside other than the county government, which had a little fund, Honorable Speaker, to contribute. Therefore, by virtue of the creation of this bill, of this authority, Madam Speaker, we are going to have a place where we can call and say 1, 2, 3 disaster has happened, this is required to be done, and therefore, Honorable Speaker, I want to thank the MPA for thinking big in terms of making sure that Kenyans can now have somewhere to call and rest. As well as this House, Honorable Speaker, will be able to apportion money good enough to cushion Kenyans once and for all in terms of disaster. Madam Speaker, the bill also proposes that this shall serve as a command center for all communication, which I've also alluded to, Honorable Speaker, because we will be able to call and have a position in terms of raising the concern, coordinating the disaster that has occurred, Madam Speaker, and this is going to be a good thing, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this bill is good also because through capacity building in terms of at both levels of government, both the county government and the national government, Madam Speaker, through this bill, the creation of this authority, there shall be good coordination. We will now be able to talk to the county government, Madam Speaker, talk to the national government. What is going to happen, Madam Speaker, effort has been that the county government is able to make some budget for disaster, at the same time unable now to coordinate with the Ministry of Interior to know what is it that is happening. Madam Speaker, throughout the world, there are various non-governmental organizations which are ready to support once a disaster happens. But now, without a government coordination, without a body that can coordinate the resources, it has always been difficult. You could call World Vision, you could call USAID, you could call any other organization. They are willing to support, but how do you formally engage with those NGOs? Through this bill, Madam Speaker, there will be a structure, there will be a way now through which you can engage non-government organizations, which will be happy to lay their support in terms of towards a particular government organization, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, disaster is a challenge. Through this bill, it will facilitate disaster management contingency processes, resulting from formation of contingency plans to be updated, Madam Speaker, regularly. Madam Speaker, once you now formulate disaster management contingencies in terms of the process, how are you approaching a particular event? This is laid down in terms of supporting from the occurrence to how it's going to be implemented, Madam Speaker. This is going to be good, and I wish to support this bill that let all my colleagues also support. And therefore, Madam Speaker, I once more beg to support. Thank you.
Very well. Let me have the Honorable nominated Sosion Wilson.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker. I wish to join the rest of my colleagues in supporting the bill by Honorable Nchungwa and thank him for bringing such a timely bill. And as we ventilate on this, Honorable Speaker, the disasters that we're experiencing are majorly linked to climate change. If it is about fires, it is climate change. Honorable Speaker, looking globally, we see fires in Australia.
Honorable Sosion, members, let us agree. let us put on or wear our masks, whichever the English would come in better for us to understand.
Much obliged, Chair.
Let us protect each other. We are very happy that we were able to get more members. It is important to protect each other.
Much obliged, Honorable Speaker.
Very well.
Now, as a country, we should be alive to the disasters that are strongly linked to climate change, such as fires. The other day, we were discussing about Savo fires, and there would be many other questions about the causes of fires all over the country, but all this is linked to climate change. We've seen devastating rains that have caused landslides and has actually taken away lives of citizens. We are seeing rising lakes in this country. In fact, all the lakes in this country are experiencing abnormal rising levels of water that have submerged institutions of learning, human settlements, and these are not things to ignore. And so this bill, in recommending an authority, we believe that authority will have the capacity and the infrastructure to deal with these matters. Honorable Speaker, the establishment of research unit within this authority would be very critical. We have seen many authorities in this country, Honorable Speaker, that run into troubles of corruption and they go under and they actually do not deliver. The centralization of all disaster programs and strategies through this bill, I believe, will gear us towards efficiency so that this country is ever ready to deal with fires, is ever ready to deal with disasters related to floods, and so that we can take matters of disasters away from being politically linked, that we see how much generous you are politically when there are disasters. This should not be the case, Honorable Speaker. The taxpayers' resources and the infrastructure of the country should firmly be in place in case of disasters. They are dealt with decisively and effectively. Honorable Speaker, we have seen the available disaster management systems in this country, either from donors or from individuals. Even in the city here, we have seen something called Songo Rescue Team. And when you look at this, as a country that is independent for 57 years, and we still leave disaster issues to the mercy of benevolence of individuals, whose benevolence is not actually benevolence, but is political mischief, then I don't think we'll be doing well in governance. As we advance in our development in our country, and with respect to the climate change and other factors, this should not just be an authority, but it should be an authority that has got a strong framework in terms of research, information, forecast, and ability to swing into action at whatever moment to deal with these disasters. We have seen businesses lost through fires, and we have seen citizens suffer for no apparent reason. So, Honorable Speaker, this bill is timely, and we hope it will not just become law, but it will become a law that will be effectively implemented, and the citizens of this country will see value for this particular law. I support.
Very well. Indeed, I remember, do recall the 10th contributor to this bill, the Honorable Mutinda Mule, did speak about the members of parliament being disaster managers. And I think the public would understand now how the parliament makes laws. And the members who are coming in, we are on the National Disaster Management Authority Bill, National Assembly Bill number 10 of 2019 by the Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah, MP, second reading. The member for Bomachoge Borabu, Honorable Gutu Abel, next on my request list. I can hear one of the members shouting, gender, gender. Who is what? And I hear also men is also gender. Yes, the member, carry on. Give him the mic.
Oh, thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me opportunity to...
And gender, when we talk about ladies, we fight for our positions. When we are here on time, we will get it
Thank
on
you
time.
for giving me opportunity to contribute this bill. Honorable Speaker, I want to agree with what the honorable members have said about this, the timely consideration of this bill. And Honorable Speaker, I want to say a few things that kind of embarrass this country. Disasters have been a common phenomenon in this country because of the nature of the climatic conditions, the erraticness of the rains, and also because of the level of our development. Madam Speaker, I want to say that some of the disasters that we are experiencing are as a result of our increasing numbers of population, coupled with lack of land management. We do not have land planning, and where there is...
Order. This Honorable 001 nominated, you have already contributed, and you cannot just be the one who is out of order. Please allow the other members to make their contribution.
Yes. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I was saying that lack of planning has been the major reason for the disasters. And here we get the body that should give us the support that we require to coordinate the various activities that are taking place in this country. Honorable Speaker, I want to say that disasters have recently increased because as population grows, people have settled in areas that were previously open land that served to absorb the rains that came erratically, and also that acted as buffers to service running water. So I want to say that as this bill goes through, I think the authorities' major issue will be to ensure that this country has proper planning in place in terms of land use. And also that the responses to disaster is systematic and also cyclic, before, during, and after disaster, so that we live well cautioned against the disasters that we know that come now and again. Honorable Speaker, I want to say that my constituents, for the first time, suffered a huge landslide. It has never been the case. And I guess this is because of unmanaged infrastructural development, including the massive roads that have been opened up by the county government that are poorly manned and poorly maintained. So I want to say that this body could help to make sure that whatever we do on the landscape is well coordinated, and that whoever is responsible for providing the right services to ensure that disasters do not bring much loss is also well followed and held accountable. I want to say, Madam Speaker, that I support this bill. Thank you.
Very well. And now the member for Wajir County, Honorable Hali Fatuma Gedi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity. And from the onset, Madam Speaker, I want to thank Honorable Ishungwa for this wonderful bill, the National Disaster Management Authority Bill. Madam Speaker, this bill is so dear to many of us. The reason being, from the region I come from, Madam Speaker, which was badly hit as a result of the disaster, and more so the county I come from, and the constituency that the Mheshimiwa Abdisalam is here, which was badly affected. Properties and families were affected. And secondly, Madam Speaker, it is also so dear to me because we lost 2 young men in the terror attack, Dusit 2, Madam Speaker, which they also come from my county and more so from my constituency. And I think it is a great opportunity, and this bill is timely, Madam Speaker, because we don't have the fairness in dealing with disasters in this country. We concentrate on some areas more than others. And Madam Speaker, you know, disaster has no religion. Disaster has, you know, it doesn't know religion, nor does it know communities. Disaster is a disaster. So what is important, Madam Speaker, is when dealing with disaster, it must be equal. We should not concentrate on regions and leave others, and leave communities. And Madam Speaker, there are institutions that have really mismanaged disasters. We have NGOs, and I heard members talk about NGOs. We have NGOs, but we need accountability on NGOs that we have in this country. They've turned to become activists. And yet, there are serious issues like disasters that are before us. Madam Speaker, as I thank the member who brought this bill, I know what we need is proper monitoring and evaluation of systems. That one now will deal with the issues that we members have from our counties and our constituencies. Madam Speaker, also what we need and what is very important is the body to control and manage disaster management. Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, we have a National Disaster Management Authority that, as members of parliament, that are the institutions that could not provide or stand when we have such a disasters. Instead, they are focusing on things that are not even priority, like cross-border meetings. You know, we need to deal with priorities, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, with that, I support, and I want to support, Madam Speaker, the bill. And as members of the parliament, please let us also take on these institutions that have failed at this country, Madam Speaker. And previously, Madam Speaker, we saw Red Cross. They have been doing a good job under the leadership of the former CEO. But since then, we have not.
No, I will not add you. 1 minute, I will be breaking the rules of the House. Honorable Osoti Godfrey.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity also to support this bill. From the onset, Madam Speaker, I want to thank the member who has brought this bill and say there is some good level of thinking in this bill from Honorable Kimani Ichung'wah, and how I wish that this good thinking can be made use of instead of tanga-tangaring, which in English, Madam Speaker, it means moving around without a name. But that aside, Madam Speaker, this bill is good, but a bit of amendments needs to be done to it.
There is an intervention by the Honorable Member from Bumula, Honorable Mabonga Mwambu.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. It's a point of order, Madam Speaker.
And what is out of order, and future members will be citing from our standing orders. Let me hear from you.
Madam Speaker, I'm on point of order because of the language Honorable Member has used.
The language?
Yeah. Madam Speaker, he has just, as if he's contradicting himself. A person who is tanga-tangaring cannot reason to this level. So those
what is Honorable Mambu, unless you understand what's tanga-tangaring, that is not the language we want to apply here. Tanga-tangaring, which he said, which means what? moving around. Moving around. Order, members, order. I do not want to be part and parcel of what your language outside the parliament. The parliament, we know the procedure of this also. Also, it did say, and I can even refer to you from that this is a good bill, which we need to look into it instead of. I did not even hear you mention the Honorable Chico. Then let me hear from the member from the owner of the bill. Yes, Honorable Chungwa. You can see you also on intervention. Give him the mic. And please, all members, let us be able to say which standing order we are violating before I make a. Give him the mic. Of course, he really supported your bill. Let me hear what is. Give me the mic. And
Thank you,
yes.
thank you, Madam Speaker. And as much as I appreciate the support that Honorable Osotsi was going to speak to in support of the bill, what Honorable Mwambu is referring to as offensive, Honorable Speaker, is what...
No, address yours because you're on intervention.
Yes, yes. I'm saying the same offense that Honorable Mwambu was pointing out. Indeed, Osotsi did say, as much as it's a good bill,
yes,
the sponsor, who is myself,
yes,
is tangatangering.
You're not moving.
And he interpreted that to mean moving around aimlessly.
Very well.
I know, Madam Speaker, Osotsi is fond of moving around aimlessly.
Osotsi,
and I'm sure he has not even read this bill. That is why...
No, now you are debating. Now you are debating. Please resume your seat. Resume your seat. Members, let us not take advantage of points of order. This is a communication that had been done. Honorable Osotsi, please, can you make a clarification?
Thank you.
And withdraw if you really mean that.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Yes.
For the opportunity to continue.
All the members. I'll roll members out. You are making noise. Actually, it's not procedural. Let the member make his contribution.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Madam
Speaker.
Yes.
I only explained what that word means. And all along our friends have made us to believe that that is their name. So I don't see any offense.
Please, honorable
but all
member,
the same.
Honorable member, we do not want to get into that business.
Madam Speaker, as I was saying, there are a few amendments which...
Honorable Osotsi, please, can you just refer to Honorable Ichungwa and we move on?
Yeah, the mover of the motion, who is Honorable Ichungwa, as I was saying, there is some very good thinking that he has put into this bill.
So the bill is tangatangering? So please, can you just address him and move on?
Madam Speaker, my reference to the word tangatangering,
yes,
I explain what it means. And that reference was not meant to demean Honorable Ichungwa. And if it demeaned Honorable Ichungwa, Madam Speaker, I will withdraw.
Well. Move on.
So I continue, Madam Speaker, that I said that some amendments needs to be done on this bill, especially on the composition of the board, which it proposes 13 members. And we know that Mwongozo guideline provides for 9 members. So I think in the committee of the whole House, we will need to bring amendments so that we can improve on the composition of the board. And also, the board is full of government officials. I think it's also important to bring in stakeholders who understand the subject of disaster management. Madam Speaker, the other thing I want to address is that in this country, when we talk about disaster management, we look at disaster management from the perspective of its effect on the humans. But we also need to think about disaster management from the perspective of the effect on non-humans. I am saying that because we have other disasters which may not have an immediate effect on the humans, but may have a long-term effect on the economy or long-term effect on the human in the future. So I think one of the things that need to be considered is an effective and proper definition of the word disaster management, which should be put in the bill so that we go beyond just issues of risk prevention, mitigation, preparedness, rapid response, recovery, and such. In modern world, people are thinking about business continuity management, that in case of a disaster, how long does it take for us to continue with our normal processes? I think that is something.
That is what you pay for when you are irrelevant. Other members, I will not add you more time, Honorable Soti. And you know why? As a matter of procedure of this house, let us plan our points, members. Let us be, you know, you did pass in this house that debate, we will be having 5 minutes debate on this. So for every other member will be debating on this, please plan very well for your 5 minutes. If you allow interventions, that will be at your costs. And again, members, I will not be privy to your debate outside this chamber. As a speaker, I will not allow. Please make your contributions. In our own standing orders, we have what we call relevance, and I will rule you out of order if you'll be irrelevant. We are doing our 3rd or 4th year in this parliament. The ones who are doing their first term, the ones like us who are doing the second, we're doing our 8th year. Remember, it's always good to observe our own rules. Very well, let me have the member for Turkana.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. From the onset, I wish to support this bill and thank Honorable Ishungwa for this very critical bill. Honorable Speaker, it is important to handle all disasters from a central place or institution, especially in this age where human destruction of the ecosystems and other anthropogenic activities have resulted in harsh climatic variations, which have also resulted in disasters. Many of the disasters, namely fires, floods, droughts, even conflicts, because they are resource-based, are really from climate change. Honorable Speaker, NGOs and other actors have really, other goodwill or well-wishers have really taken advantage sometimes. And even government institutions that have been tasked with interventions on disasters have done and have hazard jobs, have actually used that as a cash cow to get money for uses that are not the ones that are meant for. Honorable Speaker, we have NDMA now, that's the National Drought Management Authority, which is seriously underfunded. It's only handling droughts, including early warning and resultant famine and water shortage. Honorable Speaker, I hope when we come up with this disaster management authority, it's not going to face the same hurdles as NDMA is facing. Honorable Speaker, this bill is well structured. It's going to do awareness. It's going to undertake early warning, to do research and documentation, to coordinate responses, even capacity build, both levels of government, the county and the national level. And I'm sure at the 3rd stage, we are going to introduce some amendments. I particularly am interested in climate change and climate-induced vulnerability being incorporated in this. Although we have a climate change council in the presidency, I think this authority will be well placed to handle some of the climate change effects. And even although the definition of disaster is done, I think we also need to be very specific on the disasters that this authority will handle. Honorable Speaker, with those few remarks, I wish to support. Thank you.
Very well, that's what we call relevance. Let me have the member, Honorable Okello. The Honorable Jared Okello, MP. Yes, Honorable Member for Kilifi. You don't even need to move up and down. You are
84.
next. It was
Madam
before
Speaker, I thank you
I
very
know you are
much
the
for
next.
this opportunity, and on the same breath, I thank my brother, Honorable Kimani Chungwa. He understands we are very good friends, and the rest is history, for coming up with the National Disaster Management Authority Bill. I've read the bill keenly, the opening, the body, and the ending. It is about mitigation and responsiveness. And Madam Speaker, it is true that disasters are as old as humankind. For us who read the Bible, where I derive my discipline, and like some of us here, the disasters have always been there. You know, you read of the Noah's Ark and what orchestrated the setting up of the Ark. And Madam Speaker, I'm only perturbed to the extent that each time there are fire outbreaks, for instance, in the United States or in Australia, you see big planes dropping water from the skies to address the calamity. In Kenya, just 2 weeks ago, we had disaster at Tsavo East National Park, where fires engulfed the entire park. And we could literally see people holding twigs to fight fires. And it took a long time for the fires to go off. So we need better responses when it comes to the disasters that we have. I come from Nyando constituency, and it is the constituency that I represent. Even now as we speak, we have had the Lake Victoria bulging out and reclaiming its former land. 10 of my schools are submerged in water, marooned. Even though schools have reopened, these 10 schools are still closed to date. The mitigation interventions from the government haven't been forthcoming. So there has been a proposal to merge these schools with others on higher grounds, and students have to trek long distances to access education, which is a human right, as is enshrined in our Constitution. So this body, authority, which is yet to be established, courtesy of this bill, I believe will be able to address some of these gaps that we periodically experience within this nation. Madam Speaker, when fires engulf places like Tsavo East, flora and fauna are subjected to destruction. And this is a country that heavily relies on tourism as its number 2 earner for our revenues. So what does that therefore mean? That if this continues, then our country will have a tourism sector dead. And that really portends great danger to the people of this great nation. The people who are employed in the tourism sector cannot be properly underscored. And therefore, we really need this body like yesterday to help us address some of these issues. And Madam Speaker, drawing a tangent from your statement, all these members of parliament have become disaster managers. Even roles that are meant to be played by the county governments, it is the members of parliament who are the first port of call during such disasters. And we do not have answers because we do not have provision for handling disasters in our CDF kit, if that is anything to go by. So we contend with so much, and we are judged so harshly at the end of the day that I think we really need an authority which will be responsible for emerging disasters. Of course, we give HECO to Red Cross that has done a splendid job each time there is a disaster in this country. But this is not a government entity. This is a private entity. So you have a private entity coming in to rescue the citizens of this country, yet our taxes don't go to Red Cross. Therefore, we think, just like my brother Kimani Chungwa has thought, that this authority will adequately address the issues that bedevil the disasters in this country. And for that, I support and I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very well, and thank you for reading the Bible. But I'm sure every other member is also reading the Bible and the Quran. The honorable member for Kilifi, representative of the people of Kilifi North.
Okay.
Honorable Mbaya, yeah.
Thank you, Chair. My name is Baya with a B.
I want to B-A-Y-A, not Mbaya, which belongs to Meru, Baya, which belongs to the Giriama. Okay, I want to say this from the outset. One, disaster preparedness is very important, and I want to thank Kimani Chungwa, Honorable Kimani Chungwa, for this bill. That what we fail mostly is to prepare for disasters. Disasters will come, but preparedness. So this bill, I hope, will be able to take care of this. As we move to the third reading, I'm sure we will also look deeply into preparedness. But I want to say this. Last Friday, I attended a funeral in Lamu, Peketoni, specifically. A young man by the name Mark Kamau, at 14 years, who is the age of my daughter, had drowned at sea. If you look at the circumstances, when the eulogy was being read, it was said that the uncle, the brother to the father, had also drowned at the same place some time ago. Many other people in Lamu, the Amu, it's called the Amu Beach, have continued to drown in that area, even when government is actually aware this is a dangerous place. But we lost a young man that everybody eulogized as potential, but his life was lost at sea. If you come to Kilifi, my constituency, there's a place where every year, when freshers come to Pwani University, we'll have 2-3 people drown at sea. At a place where everybody else knows that this is a dangerous place. But nobody in government really takes care of a disaster that is imminent every time young people go to sea. When you try to follow it up, you go to the county government, they say, you see, that is not our function. You go to the national government, they say, you see, this is not our function. I remember at the funeral in Lamu, there was ping pong between the county government of Lamu and the national government. But I hope this bill that Kimani Chungwa is bringing will prevent that. Many people get lost at sea because we do not have this authority. What the people of Kilifi and the people of Lamu require is a few people, officers, to stand at that place or put signposts to say, please do not go to this place. Because they say, in Kiswahili, they say it's a mlango for the sea. So the water in those two places are dangerous. But they want some people to be there who will save lives. They want divers there. So when you see a child is having problems, you dive in and save the life. They want some boats there to be able to go on a rescue mission. But let me be told in this house that that day when Mark drowned in Lamu, it took an hour before a boat came from Lamu town, which is several kilometers from that place. And yet, the government authorities know that is a dangerous place. But nothing happens. Today, our roads are a source of disaster. Very recently, we saw what happened in Kilifi where, several cars, there's a pileup at a place that everybody knows this is a black spot, that lives are likely to be lost here. But nobody's taking, the coup to know we need to prevent disaster. These are the simple things that, 1 life, 2 lives, 3 lives, 4 lives getting lost. Kenyans are getting lost on the road. The lives of Kenyans are getting lost on the roads. Buildings. We have had disasters in this country because buildings have collapsed. What we need to do, Madam Speaker, is to ensure that we have an authority that can prevent disaster in the management of disaster. And that way, we will save the lives of many Kenyans whose lives are snuffed off, young lives are snuffed off, not because of anything else, but because of responsibility and because we don't have structure. And I thank the Honorable Ichungwa that today, and as we move to the third reading, this bill will pass, which I support, to ensure that Kenyans' lives are spared of disaster by ensuring that we are prepared for disaster and we can prevent disaster. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Very well. Members, at exactly 12:09, I will be calling upon the mover to reply. Since we will have already done with our 2.5 hours as a resolution that we had passed in the House. The Honorable Member for Kitui South, you can have your 1 minute. or 2 minutes. Then let me have, yes, the member for Wajir. The member for Wajir. Honor members, we have 21 request lists to speak to this. And now that I actually have one, the member for Wajir North, Ibrahim Maslam, give me the mic. Is the one next on my request list?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I think I was a former regional manager for,
1 minute, just be careful.
The former regional manager for Red Cross Northern Kenya, and I was so much involved in disaster-related issues. I want to support this bill. Madam Speaker, as we are speaking, the National Drought Management Authority is already doing the same function that is captured in this bill. The only difference is that as we are speaking, they are dealing with slow onset disasters like drought, and we only need to expand their mandate so that they can deal both with slow onset disasters and rapid onset disasters, like the fire outbreak and all we are talking about. As we are speaking, they are already involved in issues of coordination of response, building capacities of staffs that are involved in response. Of course, being the command centers for different interventions that is provided in different areas, coordinating of response between two levels of government and as well between the two levels of government and other non-state actors. They also provide already issues of early warning, timely early warnings that is really helping. And of course, monitoring and evaluations of the different response by different actors.
Now your time is over. Honourable members, this is a house of procedure. I know I have 19 members who wanted to speak to this. And because again I said, since we are the ones who have passed resolution this house, including the member like Sam, you are the next, but I cannot break the rules of the house now. Let me call upon the mover to reply.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. And if you allow me, Honorable Speaker, to contribute 1 minute each for the member for Laisamis, Honorable Abele, the member for Marsabit County, Honorable Mwambu, and Honorable Meli, and Honorable Gishimu. 1 minute each.
Members, with that order, it is procedural because the debate has been concluded maturely, and for this matter, the mover can donate or give some minutes. So I start with the member for Laisamis. In fact,
thank you so much.
1 minute.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for giving me this opportunity. Indeed, I sat here since morning, and I don't know how it happened that my name was skipped.
You have few
Nevertheless,
seconds
no problem.
this.
I have to give my views. Madam Speaker, I arise to support this bill. Indeed, this is a very important bill, particularly to the pastoralist community who have endured harsh climatical changes in this country that today, in my constituency, for instance, Madam Speaker, because we're actually approaching rainy season, quite a number of my animals in my constituency have actually succumbed to harsh weather where these animals have actually died. Quite a number of them have died. I fail to understand.
Your 1 minute is over, Honorable Member. Honorable Member for you don't listen to another member. Always be focused to the speaker. These members were disrupted with the member for Laisamis, Honorable Masabit, in that order. The member for Masabit, Honorable 1 minute.
Okay. Thank you, Madam Speaker. During drought time, the pastoralist communities are moving from place to place looking for water and green pasture. In the process, they experience tribal conflict, which has taken a lot of life and livestock taken away from them. This, if not addressed, will increase poverty rate in the county and the country at large. It is important as a government we prepare on how to manage disaster. Thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate.
Planning for your 1 minute. Honorable Member, Honorable Mwambu. Honorable Mwambu, you are the third beneficiary.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. From onset, I want to support this important bill. Madam Speaker, with the global effects with us here, you will agree that the coastal region, inlands, and even semi-arid in this country are experiencing the disaster. And my friend, Honorable Ichungwa, has brought this bill at the right time. I want to request that, Madam Speaker, when you read the bill, you realize that he has captured very well the issue of medication, preparedness, the recovery, and the way forward that this authority has to deal with. I only request that when we will be making some amendment to this bill, we will ensure that the bill has the research department and ensure that we have structures up to the constituency level. Because, Madam Speaker, most of the disasters that you are experiencing today are floods. In my constituency, where people have submerged in water, you really struggle, and every morning they are on the MP to ensure that actually they are assisted. So if we will have those structures up to the level of the constituents, we will be able to have somebody who will stand to take responsibility. It should not be, Madam Speaker, that the government is complimenting the NGOs, but the NGOs should be complimenting the government what it's doing. We so far thank the Red Cross, what they are doing whenever we have a disaster, but the government should have at least a well-planned structure.
Very well. Honorable Meli, 1 minute. And a mover, please be ready because
thank
you
you,
just consumed
thank
the
you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I first want to commend Honorable Chungwa for such a brilliant bill, a bill that actually tries to manage disasters. Worldwide, Madam Speaker, it is known that disasters are rarely preventable. Some of them are natural. The fact that some of the pangs of disasters can be reduced by very good coordinated management. Even the tsunamis in Southeast Asia, even the earthquakes that happens in Europe, Madam Speaker, their effects have actually been so much reduced by a well-organized disaster management system. And every organization, that is what itself, Madam Speaker, is supposed to have
a bill for an act of parliament to provide for the establishment of the National Disaster Management Authority and for connected purposes. Order number 10, the Land Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 54 of 2019, second reading.
I invite the chairperson, Honorable Simon Kingara, MP, to move second reading. He is the owner of the bill, actually. The chairperson will speak later. He'll be having a priority to speak to this. The owner of the bill, the Honorable Simon Kingara, MP. Give him the mic to move the second reading. Can you use, yes, there you are.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I stand to beg you that I move the Land Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 54 of 2019 for the second reading. Madam Speaker, the objective of this bill is to amend the Land Act number 6 of 2012 in order to provide that where public land has been allocated to public body or public institution by the National Land Commission for a public purpose, or where land set aside by persons or land-buying companies for a public purpose, the Registrar of Lands under the Land Legislation Act 2012 shall issue a certificate of title in the name of the public body or public institution or the relevant ministry, as the case may be. As it is presently, Madam Speaker, public land and land set aside for a public purpose by land-buying companies continue to be grabbed by private persons, primarily because there exists no certificate of title issued in respect to such land. This bill, therefore, seeks to provide for registration of public land. Madam Speaker, the bill does not derogate legislative powers, neither does it limit fundamental rights and freedom. And Madam Speaker, it is also important to note that the enactment of this bill shall not and caution additional expenditure of public fund. Madam Speaker, as you look at the year 2009 National Land Policy and the 2010 Constitution specify that land in Kenya be designated as public land, private land, and community land. Madam Speaker, it is in such land that is proposed to be vested in the national government in trust for the people of Kenya and administered on their behalf by the National Land Commission. Madam Speaker, the principle behind public land is that it is held in trust for the people by the government. Public land is therefore to be used for the benefit of the citizens of the country to serve their public interests. Madam Speaker, infrastructure investments such as roads, railways, schools, sewages, and water treatment plants serve a public purpose. Therefore, Madam Speaker, there should be ready supply of public land on which to construct these projects, particularly in urban areas where the need is great. Madam Speaker, if you look at the projection of urbanization, it stands at 50% by 2030. But the question is posed, will there be enough land to accommodate this 50% coming from the rural towards the urban settlement? Madam Speaker, therefore, this amendment seeks to ensure that all public land is established and registered accordingly. Madam Speaker, in Kenya today, public land is not readily available, mainly due to suboptimal public land management in the past. Poor public land management practice since back then have resulted in a situation in which much of the stock of public land has been lost to individual use.
Honourable Member for Ruiru, even as you, please don't look like you are reading.
Sure.
I know you're also referring.
I'm referring.
Yeah, so that at least
it's too big to read.
Yeah. And again, we don't read. We also
Madam Speaker,
refer,
as I continue, the government has an obligation to secure the land for public use. But, Madam Speaker, if that land is not secured with a document, actually it will be in vain. And if you look at what is happening today, Madam Speaker, Kenya law allows the government to exercise powers to get land from private through acquisition, which is allowed by the law. But unfortunately, Madam Speaker, if land is acquired by the government, then the same land is not locked, and the government takes too long to do the project which was intended. Eventually, the same land, Madam Speaker, is grabbed. And you find the same government, Madam Speaker, now go back and maybe repossess and buy the same land. And Madam Speaker, I want to give an example of what happened, like the Ruaraka school land. If you look at the history, Madam Speaker, you find that the government had acquired that land long ago. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, even if the school was constructed, the same land was not locked. So far much later, other people came and produced documents and demanded the government to pay the same land which it had acquired. And that's notwithstanding, Madam Speaker. I take another case scenario of Loiro, where I come from, Muhoko Primary School. In those days of 1970, the land was standing at 74 acres. But now, as I stand as the area MP, the same land, Madam Speaker, is standing at 24. And remember, it is not yet locked. Imagine what will happen maybe tomorrow. But if, Madam Speaker, if the same land was locked at the beginning, you will find that we will secure enough land to do public utility. Madam Speaker, I want to quote the handbook for public school land defenders, which was done by the National Assembly 2020, under the name, and I quote, Shule Yangu Alliance Campaign. Madam Speaker, on this document, which is legitimate, and it was done in November 2019, it recorded that 2,354 operating public schools are set. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, only 30% of the same schools which have got title deed or land document. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, on the same case, the same book records that 4,000, it is serious, Madam Speaker, 4,100 schools have formally reported being at risk of being grabbed. You can imagine what we are talking of. How many kids are held by these pieces of land? Madam Speaker, it is not also arguing well to our economy. And I also take a case scenario of what happened when there was demolition in Ilwai, where 1,500 people were led homeless, 5,000 residents also in Kariobangi just the other day. This was public land. Somebody sold the land to them, and unknowingly they bought. Now the government want to do development in the same land. Now they have to use the land. And the list is wrong, because you can remember what happened to UK, the Nakumat building, where it was sold to riparian. Millions of money, sure to be precise, of 125 million, because it's on record, was lost. If that land was secured from day one, these losses wouldn't have been experienced by these people. Finally, Madam Speaker, when the land buying companies buy land, they are supposed to set aside 10% for public utility. And I also give another case, Tato Sete, which has turned to Sete, residents and industrial. It is standing on 15,000 acres. Assumably, they are supposed now to set aside 1,500 acres for public utility. Madam Speaker, if that land is not rocked, after they sell and work on the legal land, they will start eating on the public land, which was set aside because it's not rocked. So, Madam Speaker, this bill is to make sure that whatever is put as public land is rocked from day one, so that it is set there until the demand or the usage of the land is realized. Madam Speaker, I wish that the honorable members in this House, including the Senate, support this bill so that we are able to lock our land and continue putting public utilities where it belongs and grow in our country. In that march, Madam Speaker, I request the chair of RAND, Dr.
You have not moved. Have you moved? Just give the mic to official move it. Give the
country, which has become so rampant, as it has been said by the mover. I'm glad that the bill seeks to address this by ensuring that all public land is registered and titles are issued to the relevant authorities. Honorable Speaker, presently, most of the public land occupied by public utilities remains untitled, and this leaves these pieces of land open to grabbing in various parts of this country. Madam Speaker, as a committee, we had a chance to look at this bill together with the Honorable Kingara. That time he was a member of the Lands Committee. We looked at it close by close, and we found that it is an important piece of legislation, and we unanimously agreed that we need to stand together with him as our member. And that is exactly what we are doing today, even though he has moved out of this committee. Honorable Speaker, this bill does not just focus on public land, which is allocated by the National Land Commission. It also extends to land set aside for public purpose by land buying companies. So it will go beyond just public land, but also it goes also to matters to do with the land buying companies. Madam Speaker, the 10% usually which is set aside in terms of surrender to public amenities has also been subject to grabbing. And the honorable member has given an example of Ruaraka land. and many other pieces of land that we have seen government getting involved in, moving people out of this land. If these pieces of land had been registered, titled, and title deeds given to the public utilities, and maybe the registered parastatals that own these pieces of land, then it means that even what we are seeing today, where communities and public being moved out of these places, would not be happening. Madam Speaker, this explains why public amenities have slowly been disappearing. As such, land is being grabbed by private persons. I'm glad that this is going to focus on this as well. Madam Speaker, our committee as we looked at this bill, we however noted a few areas of the bill which would need a little checking. And I'm sure when the bill comes for the Committee of the Whole House, we will be together with the Honorable Kingara and we'll be able to raise some amendments that are going to improve this bill. I'm going to highlight a few of these. First is the need to expressly state in this bill who has the honors of applying for registration of public land, which of course should be a public body, Madam Speaker. This will give it clarity. Secondly, there is also the need to align this bill with the current laws. When you look at it, Madam Speaker, it mentions the Physical Planning Act, but through this House, we have moved from the Physical Planning Act, and now we have the Physical and Land Use Planning Act of 2019. I think, Madam Speaker, this is occasioned by the fact that also in 2019 is when this bill was brought by the Honorable Kingara, and it is also within the same year that we got the Physical and Land Use Planning Act law. In this regard, there is need to align it to the current bill to the new act. Madam Speaker, thirdly, there is also the need to specify in whose name the title of public land is going to be issued to. In this case, the incorporated public entity, the certificate of title should be issued to that particular entity. Madam Speaker, secondly, in the case of an incorporated public entity, then the Cabinet Secretary Treasury then becomes the trustee. Thirdly, in the case of the county government,
you've already seconded and you're on record. Members, we will not break our own rules. You did say you're seconding at the first. Members, with the bill having been moved and seconded procedurally, I propose a question. No. RK, you don't do that. I would rather you remain there. I propose the question, which is the Land Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 54 of 2019, be now read a second time. Yes. I give the first one to the member for Funyula. Honorable Oundo Ojiambo.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for giving me the first opportunity after the mover and the proposer or the seconder to contribute on this amendment bill. Honorable Speaker, the issue of land matters have remained a motive and will remain a motive for many years to come because land is the only reservoir for wealth that many Kenyans know. And indeed, Honorable Speaker, after the inauguration of the new constitution, we moved ahead to consolidate the various acts of parliament relating to land matters into several, one or two, that were necessary following the Ndungu report, the Njonjo report, and other reports before then relating to land matters. I must take this opportunity to thank the mover or the proposer of the bill, Mr. Honorable Kingara, for bringing these amendments. Honorable Speaker, I'll quickly make mention to 2 or 3 that amendments have been proposed here, and I'm glad that the chair of the Lands Committee has pointed out some of the issues. Number 1, Honorable Speaker, on the issue of land grabbing of public land is essentially a case of failed management, failed due diligence, failed or inaction by the relevant parties. The Land Registration Act number 3 of 2012 does not at any way disbar or refuse to register public land. Failure to register public land is essentially a failure of the managers in charge of public land. Indeed, the amendment simply means we are telling the administrators, the ones in charge, please do your job. We did not have to have gotten to this level because it is obvious that once you have a parcel of land, it's incumbent upon you to have it registered. We, many of us, the MPs, are struggling with many of our schools that since independence, since the establishment, they have no titles. Disputes concerning land boundaries are common all over. Historical claims are common all over. We hope these amendments will compel the National Land Commission, will move the National Land Commission to expeditiously put in place mechanisms to have all public land registered, surveyed, demarcated, registered for purposes of preserving the Clause 3, Section 14 and 15 are a mere duplication. And I thought the mover will be listening, but fortunately the chair is listening. They are a mere duplication. Duplication in the sense that the ultimate end game of a registration process is to issue a title or a certificate of title. So essentially a duplication. Honorable Speaker, I would imagine that the bill was drafted before we passed the Land Use and Fiscal Planning Act of 2019. We do request that the mover of the committee will move with speed to align the same to the new legislative framework instead of referring to the Fiscal Planning Act of 1996 that has long been repealed. Finally, Honorable Speaker, Clause 3, Section 16 seems to be fairly vague. It's vague and unclear because ultimately the process is very clear. The issuance of the title is the ultimate end game. The Register of Title does not approve subdivision schemes. That is the responsibility of the Director of Survey. And the registrar cannot issue a title where there is no physical asset. So we hopefully, at the committee stage, we will make amendments to clarify the same. Honorable Speaker, I support, but with those remarks. Thank you.
Very well. The member Ichungwa. It's difficult to pronounce, but.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I hear the member for Changamwe saying Machungwa and saying ODM, and he knows clearly that I have no relationship with that party. It is Ishongwa. Or Ichungwa. There is a Ngwa, not Ngoa. Honorable Speaker, let me rise to support this bill by the member for Ruiru, the Honorable Simon Kingara. And it's a very important bill, Honorable Speaker, as the mover has said and has also been said by the seconder and Honorable Odo, who has also spoken to it. Honorable Speaker, public land ideally ought to be vested in the hands of either, and that is the last point that the chair of the Lands Committee was going to make, either in the county governments or the then municipal authorities that existed, or in the hands of the permanent or the principal secretary in the National Treasury. And it is astounding, Honorable Speaker, that over the years, a lot of public land has been lost because this land ideally has not been titled and being vested either in the municipal or the county governments as it is today, or the principal secretary of the National Treasury. And the mover has clearly articulated the issue of the Ruaraka land scandal. And I don't know why we call it a scandal, because it was outright theft of public land, Honorable Speaker. And it's also shocking today that, Honorable Speaker, even after thieves who stole public land and forced government to lose over 1.8 billion shillings, before the Budget and Appropriations Committee stopped the further theft, and I was the chair then, so I speak with authority, because we did stop from the floor of this House a further payment of 1.5 billion shillings, which had already been paid, and those issues, Honorable Speaker, you know, under investigations, and I want to take this opportunity to ask the EACC. They know the thieves, they know who was paid, they have the audit trail of the money that was paid. They know the land that was bought by a cabinet secretary in Kiserian using money that came from the Ruaraka land scandal. They should not be taking us around in circles for 2-3 years, Honorable Speaker, purporting to be investigating what is otherwise common sense, and it's clear. And I think the mover of this bill has actually said it was clear that that land had been compensated, the original orders had been compensated, and it was not just the school. Even land that belonged to GSU there, land that had been compensated for construction of the outer ring intersection with the thicker superhighway, Honorable Speaker. And all this kind of theft, Honorable Speaker, can only be stemmed if we have a law that obligates government to title land, and it is vested either in the municipal authorities or the county governments, or in the is public land. Honorable Speaker, case in point, even where you come from, in the areas of Makueni. Remember what happened during the construction of SGR? A lot of land was acquired. Kenya Railways already had land, Kenya Railways or the Principal Secretary of National Treasury. And therefore, tomorrow, if we want to do another public project, you may find the same owners being recompensated a second time. And that is what is happening even with our roads. The road corridors, Honorable Speaker, that you see being constructed, government goes out, acquires land. The land is never expropriated from the original titles. And the landowners, once the road has been constructed, even engage other third parties and sell part of what had been compensated. And you, as an innocent buyer, you come and acquire land that is on the front line next to a highway, not knowing that that land is already public land, Honorable Speaker. And therefore, it is important that this land is vested in government and titled to ensure that even innocent buyers are not hoodwinked by unscrupulous people or former landowners, Honorable Speaker. And these cases are rampant, not just in roads, our public schools, but more importantly, Honorable Speaker, even where we appropriate or we subdivide land. And the member has mentioned the case of Tattoo City in Ruiru, Kiambu, in Kiambu County, Northland City, Honorable Speaker, in Kiambu also. How much land has Tattoo City? How much land has Northland City in Kiambu given to the government of Kenya as public land? And in whose hands is this land vested? We must ensure that the law is followed to the letter without regard as to who are the developers of these cities. It is the law, and the law is blind to whoever owns these cities. And public land must be vested in the hands of the public for public use. Because again, Honorable Speaker, we will find this land reverting back to the original owners and being resold. And therefore, Honorable Speaker, and that land is meant to establish schools, hospitals, and other public utilities. The same, Honorable Speaker, as I finish, with when you subdivide land and you must expand roads. Those roads that were 6 meters ought to be expanded at least by another 1.5 on either side to create a 9-meter corridor. The same is not being done, and I want to ask the chair of the Lands Committee to ensure that even as we go to the third reading, that is done. That where we subdivide land, even your own land, and you have 6 meters, you expand it.
Very well, Honorable Chung. You are very welcome to discuss with the chair and also the owner of the bill before we move to the third reading of your proposals. The member for Taita Taveta, Muzinki Munene. Honorable.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity to also contribute to this very important bill. And from the onset, I want to say, Madam Speaker, that I want to support this bill. Indeed, it's very critical. It is a very important bill to the entire country, and most importantly, to Coast Region and Taita Taveta. Madam Speaker, we know of many historical injustices, many cases, many land disputes in the entire country, and especially Taita Taveta, Madam Speaker. And therefore, I want to say, as I support this bill, I want to say that this is a wake-up call, and as we continue to discuss this. I wish that these amendments will go through so that the hope that we have in solving this dispute and this historical injustice may end. That is all, Madam Speaker, and I thank you for the opportunity.
Very well. The member for Seme, the Honorable Nikal Wambura.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving me the opportunity to discuss this bill. And let me start by congratulating the move of the bill. Madam Speaker, this is a small but extremely important bill, which seeks to protect land that belong to institutions, public the bill that it insists that where land has been bought by public companies, or cooperatives, SACCOs, and divided and allocated to individuals, the pieces that are allocated for public utilities must get their titles before the others get their titles. Madam Speaker, what has been happening is because when public land is given for public institutions, they have no titles, sometimes they have no boundaries, they have no beacons, and what happens, they are then prone to public being relocated again and leases being issued, even when the institutions actually have them. We have many examples where public schools actually allocated, leases given and sold out, and people then attempt to actually acquire those land and to move out the children in the schools. So this is extremely important. It's also important that even where people themselves have actually given out land, this is particularly important for schools, that they have given out land for schools. Then later on, if that land is not, the title is not given in the name of the school or in the custody of the PS Treasury, then it was their land, and now they start claiming, they try to move the land, they try to encroach on the land, and you find a lot of problems involved, those institutions involved in that. So this bill will now ensure that that land for a public institutions is either in the name of the institution, and probably that's what the chair for land was saying, that we amend the bill so that the land is in the title is in the name of the institution. So nobody can come and claim it, not a public officer, not a land officer, and not even a person who previously had given the land with good intentions, who now changes their mind, or whose siblings or relatives change their minds. And Madam Speaker, I think what has been happening is that these institutions have had land, they have been running, the institutions are going on, nobody bothers. I think we should also make provisions in this bill so that certain officers have the responsibility to ensure that the institution that you are running, the land on which that institution sits, actually has a title that is secure. If we do that, Madam Speaker, all the problems we have with schools, even public hospitals, even mortuaries, I've had situations where people have even tried to grab mortuaries and remove the dead bodies so that they can do development. If we do that, all this will actually be avoided. And for that reason, Madam Speaker, I support this bill.
Honorable Mushira Mwangi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me this opportunity to support this amendment, the Land Amendment Bill 2019, sponsored by Honorable Kingara. Mr. Speaker, the issue of public land, Madam Speaker, the issue of public land management is, has been problematic for a long time, and that's why in the Constitution Kenya 2010, Article 62, there is a stipulation of how to manage public land. Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, sorry, Madam Speaker, during subdivision of land, there is always provision of public land, but I don't know what happens after this provision, because later on, this land is always grabbed. And Mr. Speaker, this amendment will come in handy to ensure that we secure the public land, because public land is an important landmark for future development. We find ourselves in our situation where we want to build a school in our constituencies, but you find the area that was set aside for construction of schools has been grabbed. You end up looking for land to buy and build such land and build school, and in most instances, it's difficult to get land. And where you get land, Madam Speaker, you find that it is quite expensive to purchase such land, and also this leads to loss of taxpayers' money, like it happened in Luaraka land. Madam Speaker, it is important to note that during demarcation of land, once the land is demarcated, we should ensure that the registrar, as the bill is stipulating, not only registers that land, but we also secure it to ensure that there is no invasion, either by maybe squatters or land grabbers. And we also need to put a mechanism of we already have public land in our community, like schools, which are not registered. We need to start by registering those. We need to ensure that all public land have titles so that we avoid this land grabbing. I support Madam Speaker.
Very well, and thank you for using your time well. The member for Kilifi North, Honorable Beya. Yeah.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to support the bill, and this is a bill that passed through my committee, Committee of Lands, and I want to thank the chair and the mover for what they say. But I want to say this. One of the things that has happened, sometimes government buys land. And I have a case in my constituency in a place called Watamu, plot number 28, where government bought land to settle people. But this land was not registered. And because it was not registered and no title was issued, a private developer comes and actually goes to the Minister of Lands and changes the land and removes the caveat that was put by government and actually starts owning the land. He comes back and tells the people of Watamu, you need to move out of this land. These people have never known any other method of earning a living apart from fishing. And they are next to the beach. Now you want to move them and settle them in the hinterland, the Bajuni community, which is known for fishing. Now they're being told you need to move and go into the farms. But government was generous enough to understand the economic activity of these people and therefore went out to buy the land. Now this land is gone. Why? Because there was no vesting of this land to the local people. So it is very important, as the chair said, and Ichung'wah said, that land now needs to be invested, but to who? To the county government or to the national government treasury, so that we know who owns the land on behalf, or a registered group, so that the land does not hang. So we have a catastrophe in Watamu. Why? Because a whole heritage of people called Bajuni must be removed from their land because a private developer took advantage of that inaction by government, and now the land is gone. You have even land for dispensary, which government bought to construct a dispensary in the same area. But now someone has gone to court to say, bring down the dispensary. We have landing sites, which are actually public land and public beaches in my constituency. But today, people are saying, bring down the dispensary in Watamu or the house of the doctor in Watamu because that land now has been taken by someone else. We have what we call the red brick house, beach, in Kilifi, in Mnarani. Today, a private developer has acquired a title of the same. Why? Because the land was declared public beach, but today someone has a title on the same. And they're saying people should not stay. You're trespassing on what used to be public land because of the lack of vesting. So today this law comes in handy. I just hope that government now will do in retrospect. Those people who have grabbed public land must be put to book and return that.
Honorable Baya, you will have 2 minutes to speak to the Land Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bill number 54 of 2019, when it resumes. And honorable members, we will have a balance, or we have a balance of 1 hour and 52 minutes to debate on the same. And I want to appreciate the members who have been in the House early, the ones who have requested to speak to this bill, and guided by our own standing orders, honorable members. It is time to adjourn the House. Members, the time being 1 p.m., this House stands adjourned until today, Thursday, 15th October 2020 at 2:30 p.m. And I thank you all.